por la coincidencia que Mir puede tener con la forma de ser del presidente Mujica, era una buenísima combinación con un resultado muy positivo. Pero eso fue el inicio. A medida que fue progresando el documental, a nosotros nos fue conmoviendo un hecho distinto, que sentimos que Mir Kusturica trataba de hacer un tributo personal, trataba de expresar un amor creciente por el presidente Mujica. Y esto fue algo que también nos fue conmoviendo, porque Mir fue sintiendo en el presidente Mujica, a medida que lo fue conociendo, como un testimonio de un sueño personal que todos compartimos acerca de lo que tiene que ser la política. De modo tal de que se dio una coincidencia fantástica y la película para nosotros termina siendo lo que esperábamos. Una película con una estética, un contenido y un testimonio de lo que ha sido y es la vida del presidente Mujica.
Sì, un momento perché sono tantissime mani alzate. Lei lì di fronte? Sì, sì, poi arriviamo lì, poi dietro, qui.
Hola, buenas tardes. Felicitaciones por la película. Yo le quería preguntar al señor Mujica, siendo usted no solamente testigo, sino víctima de una cruenta dictadura, usted también ha sido testigo de dictaduras en nuestra región latinoamericana. En el caso de Venezuela, ¿cómo cree usted que se puede salir de esta dictadura? ¿Qué tanto tiempo cree usted que va a llevar la recuperación del país? ¿Y qué va a pasar con el espíritu de los venezolanos? Estamos quebrados, señor Mujica, ayúdenos. Gracias.
Dicen que Dios era muy poderoso, pero tuvo que trabajar una semana para hacer el mundo y descansar el domingo. Yo, que soy un simple mortal, no tengo idea de la respuesta, pero confío en los pueblos, a pesar de los dolores y las desgracias. A veces los pueblos necesitan ayuda, pero hay ciertas ayudas en el mundo que más vale andar solo. Pertenezco a una pequeña nación que fue 3 veces intervenida y mi memoria es desastrosa de lo que significa la intervención en un país. Lo que menos precisamos en América Latina es que nos intervengan, sí que nos ayuden. Venezuela y otros. Y también México, y también Nicaragua, y también todos los pobres de América Latina, y África subsahariana, esas mujeres que caminan 3 kilómetros para conseguir 2 baldes de agua. Y América puede gritar esto porque recibió millones de inmigrantes. Su tierra se pobló. México recibió 1 millón en un año, allá por 1940. Y hoy parece que el mundo más rico está más pobre en sus sentires y no puede organizar el refugio de gente que anda desesperada. Pero espero que podamos socorrer, que los ricos del mundo entiendan que la globalización existe y existe la responsabilidad. Y que los pobres del mundo no son de África o de tal lado, son de la humanidad. Y entiendan que hay que compartir porque estamos en una nave que corre riesgo y que va a depender de lo que podamos hacer globalmente hay responsabilidad para los pobres y doble responsabilidad para los ricos. Navegamos en un planeta frágil y las generaciones que vienen corren el peligro de vivir bajo el holocausto ecológico. Sería bueno que no nos olvidemos de esto. Me fui de la pregunta, pero confío que Venezuela salga por sí misma adelante.
To you.
Mi scuso, ha risposto esattamente a quello che stavo per chiedere.
Lì. E poi veniamo di qua.
Many people.
Sì. Many people.
Allora, una domanda al regista e una al presidente Mujica. Kusturica, è stato più attirato dal socialismo reale o dal fatto che, come dire, ci fosse qualcosa, il solito legame che lei ha con i grandi personaggi del Sud America, insomma, è più un legame verso un aspetto politico o qualcosa di più antropologico nel raccontare Mujica? E invece per il Presidente volevo chiedergli una domanda sul socialismo reale in Europa. Cioè, so che si vede anche nel documentario che insomma discute con i colleghi politici, amici eccetera di quello che accade nel mondo e sono molto preparati. Il socialismo in Europa è in una crisi pressoché irreversibile. Volevo sapere come se ne può uscire, no? Il socialismo in Europa è la culla del socialismo. Come se ne può uscire? Se ha un suggerimento, un'idea? Grazie.
The personality, the character of a man is the main topic and the main orientation for those who believe in existence of art. And, you know, I'm old seeker for kind of just society like many people around the world. And over Mujica, I learned the lesson that a president could be inspiration for the people. In most of the countries, including Europe, the presidents are not very much inspiring the classes the way to live. And in the movie, there is a sentence that I think it's the most important one, in which he says, if you are chosen by majority, you cannot, if you are voted by a majority, you cannot live afterwards like minority. You cannot live outside of the context and the way of life of those who had chosen you to be on the top. And I think he did inspire, but you know, today the world is blocked by this kind of, I would say, iron curtain of CNN and many others who keep our minds absolutely diverted from the key points. I will go in one sentence outside of this world as he did before. We are speaking about a migrant crisis, which is now entering third year or fourth year, but migrant crisis existed always. And we are not asking ourselves why these migrants are coming to Italy, because Libya was destroyed by French, English, American trying to get whatever over there. So migrant crisis and the crisis of the world is constantly produced by the system in which this world is functioning. And we are already on the surface so much that we never even remember why these people are coming from there. Even when you ask yourself, why don't they go to United Emirates? And since I'm Emir, I could host them over there. But anyway, why don't they go to why they are not invited to the place in which there is plenty of money? They want to come to civilized world. And many other aspects in which we have to help. But how can we think about history without spotting what causes the crisis? If you are sick, You have to go to take antibiotic for the certain type of sickness. The whole world is speaking about migrant crisis, and nobody speaks about who produces this crisis. In this temperament, I was doing a movie with my dear friend Mujica, because I think he's the only example in the world in which beloved president could be inspiration with all his skills, with all his capacity to communicate with Americans, with this, with that, and to find the way to make a ratio in between number of people and number of cows, which is, I think, a crucial point. You have to find a market for this. You have to be charismatic and honest to achieve socialist goal. Today they are dishonest and they are corrupted and they want to say they are socialist. And this is a great difference, which I think is obvious in my movie.
En realidad, yo creo que hay que tenerle, señores periodistas, mucho respeto a las ideas profundas. Hay temas que no se pueden tocar así a la carrera, groseramente, porque son temas de tal trascendencia que necesitan largas explicaciones que superan los tiempos que puede tener una reunión de este tipo. Yo tendría que contarles cosas como aquella reunión de poderosos de 1860 que se repartieron África en un mapa, que crearon naciones de papel, que pasaron por encima de las tradiciones negras, de un occidente que llevó una cultura a África y cometió errores espectaculares por engreído, despreció la agricultura negra, adaptada al medio, llevó el arado de volcadora, que es un disparate para las tierras tropicales, y le pasó por encima a tradiciones negras que significaban hacer un claro en el bosque, cultivar 2 años y después dejar que la selva repusiera, porque las tierras tropicales se degradan rápidamente por la humedad y por la intensidad de oxidación que establece el clima. Y hoy el arado vertical, el más moderno, que no da vuelta a la tierra, no es otra cosa que la herencia del viejo arado negro, que era una cuña. Pero estoy diciendo esto por decir apenas una cosa. Podía señalar, porque devastó la cultura y al quitarle la rotación obligó a los pobres de África a seguir trabajando en la misma tierra, lo que es igual a multiplicar el desierto. Y no quiero hablar de la explotación, y no quiero hablar de los millones de esclavos que le arrancaron a África. Y hoy África está ahí, y las generaciones nuevas tienen que entender esto. En 50, 70 años más, la mitad de la humanidad es África. Es una bomba de tiempo. Cada mujer africana perderá 2 o 3 hijos, pero pone 5 o 6 al mundo. Y es para la humanidad una causa entera sacar a África de la pobreza, llevarle agua, ayudarla después de tanto daño que se le hizo. Hay una deuda con África que nunca se podrá pagar ni los intereses. Pero bueno, yo no soy hombre de cine, pero tengo una necesidad de decir lo que siento a las generaciones que vienen. Hay deudas que vienen del pasado, que se arrastran y son un castigo. Y Europa enfrenta este problema y es capaz de hacer un plan Marshall para África, jugando su propia suerte, o Europa termina café con leche. Porque por grande que sea el cementerio del Mediterráneo, son más fuertes las mujeres africanas. Este es un problema de la humanidad. Nigeria en menos de un siglo va a superar a la República Popular China en población.
30 million.
Bueno, entonces, este no es el tema de la película, pero ¿por qué hablé tanto? Porque hay temas que me parece que necesitan una consideración de fondo. Lo otro, que yo fui el presidente más pobre y todo eso, no, yo no soy pobre, no, es una opción de vida. Mi filosofía es una especie, algo así como neoestoico. Pienso que vale la pena andar liviano de equipaje en la vida, con poco compromiso material, eso sí, teniendo la comida y el techo seguro. A partir de ahí, el partido está ganado. Y sencillamente, ¿por qué poco compromiso para tener tiempo para vivir? Porque si tengo mucho compromiso material, tengo que gastar el tiempo de mi vida en atender los compromisos materiales y se me va la vida. Y no puedo ir a ningún supermercado a comprar vida. Y nada vale más que la vida. Y la vida es una aventura y hay que tener tiempo para los afectos. Los cacharros, las cosas, no dan afecto. Los que dan afecto son los cosos y las cosas. A ver si me entienden. Las cosas vivas. Y eso lo necesitamos. No puedo arreglar el mundo, pero le puedo decir a los muchachos, no te dejes engatusar porque la libertà sta dentro di tu cabeza. Grazie.
Grazie, dobbiamo fermarci qua purtroppo perché il nostro tempo è a disposizione, è finito. Grazie, grazie mille, grazie.
Finito.
Buongiorno e benvenuti alla conferenza stampa di Tramonto, lo diciamo in italiano. Vi presento gli ospiti al tavolo che sono i produttori Gabor Sibos e Gabor Raina, il sceneggiatore e montatore Mathieu Taponier, sceneggiatore Clara Royer, gli attori Vlad Ivanov e Julie Jacob e il regista e sceneggiatore Laszlo Nemes. Allora, vorrei cominciare io con una domanda per il regista. Abbiamo letto che questa è una storia che l'idea di questo film nasce un po' di tempo fa, prima del figlio di Saul, perché ha atteso del tempo per realizzarlo e che cosa è successo nel frattempo, ecco, come nasce questa storia e perché ha aspettato così tanto. Yeah, we know that it's a story that.
Oh, thank you.
That comes from far, this story.
Oh, go back in time? I really, when I made Son of Soul, I really wanted to go back in time to try to understand the mystery that took place in a few years, probably at the beginning of the 20th century, how a sophisticated civilization fell into self-destruction, how it went from an era of progress and unbound trust in technology, how it went into industrial murder, and I think I wanted to interrogate myself on the birth of the century that still defines us so much and that's so present with us. It seems very remote, but in fact, I think it's very close. So I wanted to go back through the eyes of a young woman, seemingly an innocent creature, and interrogate that mystery.
Mm-hmm. Allora, c'è una domanda lì? Prego.
Sì, buongiorno, Andrea Giordano per Cosmopolitan. Una domanda per Laszlo Nemes. Il tema della ricerca torna ancora in questo film, ma c'è qualcosa di straordinario nel suo cinema, nel come lei mette insieme i personaggi, nel come li racconta. Volevo sapere se questo modo di fare cinema così rigoroso, ma anche così dettagliato, la riflette anche fuori dal set, perché secondo me sia il primo film che questo sembrano quasi due passaggi non soltanto artistici, creativi, ma anche che insomma che forse diciamo parlano anche molto di lei come uomo, perché davvero non c'è qualcosa che non funziona in questo film, tutto coincide e il cast è straordinario. Quindi volevo capire se in effetti questo film, come rielaborazione del passato, serve anche per guardare un po' al presente di oggi. Grazie e complimenti.
Yeah, I don't know how I am exactly outside or you know, the movies, or I'm trying to understand myself, I guess. Sometimes I'm a mystery, but maybe I'm not even that important. I think it's more the questions that I'm interested in. I think as filmmakers we have a responsibility towards our audience, you know, trust them and you know, invite them on different types of journeys. And I think maybe I am very different from other people. I think a filmmaker has to trust their own personality, and it's more questions and answers. So I'm trying to invite the viewer on a journey that hopefully makes sense for them.
Però, proseguendo la domanda precedente, nel film è chiaro che la civiltà è giunta, si parla proprio di una civiltà giunta a un bivio, e poi sappiamo, diciamo, quale strada è stata imboccata dall'Europa. La sensazione è che anche adesso ci troviamo, diciamo, allo stesso bivio, e in questo senso mi sembra che il film parli anche del presente.
100 years ago there were, it seems, some kind of expectation, a promise, but also an expectation of something that would happen, and it was almost like a biblical, you know, expectation, and something good or wrong would come out. That was the question, and I think we're also at the crossroads of civilization. We are very much in love with technology. More and more our brains are being turned, you know, our brains trust computers to replace them. So it seems that the human experience is more and more emptied of desire and the subjective experience, and more turning into some kind of virtual thing. And I don't think that we should take away entirely the subjective experience from people. And I'm trying with my films to take the audience on a trip to something that they can add, you know, themselves to, some kind of hopefully it can become personal. And not everything is spelled out for them, and they have to fill in the gaps. So I think cinema can do that, and cinema in some sense should do it.
Domande? Dal momento che appunto un film ambientato nel passato deve necessariamente parlare anche al presente, mi piacerebbe sapere anche dai sceneggiatori e i produttori, secondo loro, che cosa questo film ha da raccontare sul presente.
I think that choosing a main character who is a woman was also a way for us to connect this very big interest we had for the turn of the centuries and today. We had the feeling that when we went back and studied what was going on at the time, we were struck by the feeling that men could feel of being invaded by femininity, by womanhood. And the whole literature of Austro-Hungary talks about that. And this is a question that is still haunting us today. So maybe that's one way that we can connect this film with today. So, and in the film, what Laszlo and us, we tried to do, and which I think was very ironical, is that instead of showing a man invaded by femininity, we're portraying a woman who is being invaded by masculinity.
Someone else wants to say something, like producers?
When we first read the script, or the very early stage of the script, it was really difficult to imagine how much the similarities are between today and those times. Of course, when we start analyzing the details, we might find similarities, but also many things that are different. But somehow, as we were shooting the film and when they started editing it, we saw the first results. We just felt that it's people are in costumes that we are not really used to, or we tend to forget those beautiful costumes and world. But in the same time, how much this film is about today and how much it is actual.
Agli attori invece vorrei chiedere questo. Ci sono delle scene molto, molto complesse, coreografate quasi, oppure decisamente coreografate, e quindi mi piacerebbe sapere come hanno lavorato con il regista su questo aspetto. Sono state fatte le prove, come hanno lavorato insieme?
Yes, they were choreographies that we had to follow, and this is a very complicated method of shooting, but also it helped me to focus all the time and to maintain of my tension and being Irish. So it went very well, I guess, because because before the shooting we had gone through the script a few times with Laszlo, and we agreed on everything. So we only had to have practical conversations at the beginnings of the days. It was an amazing experience to have this kind of actor-director relationship.
It was a big joy to play this kind of sequences, like long shot. I love this choreography, and for that we have to stay very concentrated, and I really have a big support of Laszlo and of Yuli too for these sequences, because it was kind of hard work to learn Hungarian for the film, and my wish it was to do not say the lines, Hungarian lines, so to play in Hungarian, and I had to be very, very concentrate for this kind of sequences, but I really love it, and even it's a long shot, and we had to stay back to camera. We played like we are in front of the camera, and this really helped me very much.
just to add that that's a good way of seeing it. It's you really have to, as an actor, I guess, to sustain performance for a longer period than usual, in what I call usually what filmmakers approach it a different way. We had to preserve, and for all the actors, you know, the focus and the performance throughout very complicated shots that are, you know, very with a very difficult choreography at times, and the camera being an important point of reference during this whole choreography. So I think it presents the actors with a high level of difficulty, and I think also for the director it's a difficulty, because you can't rely on, you know, usually cutaways or close-ups to that you can choose from. This film was more or less, Matthew would agree probably, more or less cut in the camera. No? Yes. Well, and that is a difficult method, and it's pretty suicidal in a way, and I don't recommend it to anybody to do films like that. But I think that that was also something that gave us energy, and it was an opportunity, but also a danger. So, yeah, I guess it's my way of taking risks. You want to add something?
You know, it's definitely suicidal. It's working without a safety net, which is always very scary. But in the same time, it gives you this kind of energy. Laszlo has been pushing us to take risks on films, thematical risks, subject matter risks, but also formal risks. And that's why it's so exciting to work on his films.
Buongiorno, è una domanda un po' per tutti. Volevo sapere com'è la situazione del cinema ungherese. Grazie.
You haven't talked.
Can I answer the first, please?
Buongiorno a tutti. Se mi permettete parlo in italiano perché noi produttori, cioè Italia è come se fosse il nostro secondo paese. Amiamo molto l'Italia. Allora, il cinema ungherese, devo dire che ringraziando alla fondazione ungherese che aiuta molto ai film ungheresi, secondo me sta crescendo praticamente da molti anni. Siamo fortunati che praticamente con Figlio di Saula abbiamo avuto la possibilità di vincere l'Oscar, che probabilmente dà una mano a tutti, dà un aiuto per tutti gli altri film, come partecipare sul palcoscenico internazionale, e come vedete sui diversi festival sempre più film ungheresi stanno venendo, stanno arrivando, così auguriamo a tutti dei successi e speriamo che anche noi continuiamo ad andare avanti e fare dei film bellissimi.
Can I just add something? I just want to pay homage to the people at the Hungarian Film Fund, because it's, you know, in Europe it's hard to get films financed, and I was lucky enough that Son of Soul was financed by Hungary because no one else wanted to fund it. So they took the risks, and I'm glad they're still preserving the voices of cinema and the way filmmakers are trying to push off the boundaries of filmmaking, and we do need support as filmmakers in Europe to have that possibility of expression. So it's important that there are financiers who would take risks, and I think that that's key in preserving the independence of approach and different approaches in European cinema.
Yes, not as in Son of Saul, where we actually had the only financier from the Hungarian Film Fund. This time we are co-producing with France, and we are really proud of all of you guys. Thank you.
Prego.
Yeah, hello. Congratulations for your film, which gives a lot to think about and to admire. I have a question about the characters in general and the main character for sure in the center. How should we look at them? Should we take them as to be real persons with a kind of psychological truth, or would you think it's wiser to look at them as kind of metaphors or ideas incarnated? Specifically, the last shot in the trenches of the First World War gave me to think about it could be something else.
I'm not very at ease with going into metaphors or in the symbolic field. I think, filmmaking is also not only a way of finding your style as a filmmaker, but also a way of finding the way you direct actors as filmmakers and you approach characters. I think there is a possibility of having diverse approaches to psychology and the way the characters are revealed, the way the emotions are conveyed, the way you can have access to the main character, and the way the characters interact. There is a possibility for them. I see that there's a trend of more, make conventions as to how the audience can have access to the story and the main characters. And I think there's diversity, and there in cinema there has been a tradition of having different, Bresson wouldn't approach performance and psychology as others from the same period. So I think there is, because of the so-called digital revolution, a sort of tendency to have the same kind of dramatic structure and approach and the way you have access to psychology. But I think there are different ways. For me, it is a different way to access the inner part of the characters. But the main question of the film is to what extent the main character can have access to herself, to what extent she can understand her own layers and her own destructive part.
Hi, good morning. Maria Guerra, Cadena Ser, Spain. I'd like to ask the director about how does this story relate with Hungary today, with the hatred, with the excitement, the anger? How do you relate it?
It seems that when you see, for example, the 20th century, it seems so much has been defined by Central Europe, in a way. You take Austria-Hungary from 1900 and you see an incredible explosion of creativity and art and ideas, ideologies, so many forces and languages and different populations and traditions at work. 30 years later, you have a more unified Europe after the Second World War, in a way more ethnically defined and with a lot of people being killed before that. So what's interests me, I think, is how thin the layer of civilization can be, and what are in the human soul and the soul of civilization. What are the forces that we push back but come back at us? So I tend to always step back a little bit from everyday things and try to see the trends. And I think as filmmakers, we have to also not only to document today's world, but in a way also to interrogate ourselves on the way civilization and human beings and the civilizations can work.
Bene, questa era l'ultima domanda. Grazie a tutti. Grazie.
Thanks.
Buongiorno, buongiorno e benvenuti alla conferenza stampa di due film che è Tramway in Gerusalemme e Letter to a Friend in Gaza. Vi presento i nostri ospiti al tavolo. Allora, partire da Tramway, i produttori Catherine Dussard, il direttore della fotografia Eric Gauthier e gli attori Mais Abdel Eladi, Karen Moore, Yuval Sharf, Yael Abekassis e Pippo Del Bono. Per Letter to a Friend in Gaza l'attore Makram Khoury e il produttore, che è anche il produttore di Tramway, che è Laurent Touchot, e il regista Amos Gitai. Allora, vorrei cominciare io con una domanda per Gitai. Mi sembra che questi due film siano quasi speculari, no? Siano due modi diversi di osservare la realtà. In Tramway c'è una dimensione più utopica, gli incontri tra i personaggi sembrano quasi escludere la presenza di conflitti così drammatici, mentre invece in Letter to a Friend c'è un dialogo con la realtà ben più drammatica. E mi chiedo se sia corretta come visione.
Yes.
Can you elaborate a little bit, please?
No, it's in the chronology, the first one we did was a Tramway in Jerusalem, which is a kind of a ironic piece. Maybe some of you saw it already. And I would even say that it simulates what can be the relations in Jerusalem once it will be less hostile, less conflictual. There will always be conflicts because conflict is the nature of human beings. There is conflict everywhere in the world, but it will not be on the level that the Middle East conflict. So after we finished the Tramway, which is, you have here a small representation of 36 actresses and actors from all nationality, Israelis, Palestinians, Italian, French, etc., etc. We decided to do a short, which is a letter to a friend in Gaza, which is responding to something which is happening right now. Because, as you know, the Middle East doesn't stop to produce events, also events of violence. And my idea in general, that cinema, it's very nice. We saw a lot of entertaining film in Venice and in Cannes and some other places. But cinema is also about talking about the reality, about the difficulties. And cannot afford, the artists, the filmmakers cannot afford to be divorced from the day-to-day difficulties. And it is a kind of a chronicle, a kind of a diary that I've been doing for almost 40 years. Here is Karen Moore, that I work with her. I mean, she looks much younger, but we work for 30 years since Berlin, Jerusalem. Yael Abekassis, I work for 20 years. And Makram, we're friends since we were born. And many other actors, and also there is Maisa, that it's the first time, Yuval Sharf, which we did a film which was shown in competition in Venice, and Pippo Del Bono, it's the first time that we work together. So each time it's this kind of human puzzle to avoid nationalistic, homogeneous cinema. I'm against the homogeneous cinema. So even my crew is Eric Gauthier, the great director of photography, who's French. Stéphane Thiebaud, who is sitting with French. The mixing, the sound designer, was born in Warsaw, in Poland, etc., etc. Because humanity is a mixed experience, and I think that it's nice that you can see it on the screen, but also it's nice that it is a day-to-day experience while we do the film.
Giustamente prima Ghitai parlava di questo incontro tra attori di diversa provenienza, diversa cultura. In realtà i suoi film mi sembra che siano sempre un'occasione, no? Di incontro per culture diverse, e quindi mi piacerebbe sapere anche per gli attori coinvolti in questi due film che cosa rappresenta per loro questo incontro.
From the first meeting with, est-ce que je peux parler en français? La première first meeting with Amos, with Kadosh, I mean, ces deux mondes judaïques qui se recollent, ça m'a pris énormément d'années de comprendre, d'accepter de comprendre ce que Amos partage. Cette réalité israélienne qui est tellement compliquée, et son travail est tellement... Il amène à une conclusion pour moi qui est très simple, et j'ai compris que nous les gens, on a beaucoup de... entre Makram et moi, il y a un amour simple, c'est l'amour, mais it's very boring to aimer et communiquer, c'est très simple. Et moi, je vois les films d'Amos, ça reflète une réalité, une vérité très, très, très profonde et très, très simple, et très, qui fait très mal, qui est très... c'est comme... C'est une poésie d'amour. Et j'aimerais que les autres m'aident. Maïssa.
Good afternoon. I have a small thing to add. When I first got the Amos script, it was very interesting for me to read such a script. I found it very poetic, and I thought that with Amos we can find common language together. I think it's a responsibility for an artist, as a director or actors, to make a change, to tell a story. So I found that we can tell a story and maybe make a small, even if it's small change. I felt that I can do it with Amos film. That's my personal experience with his film. That's why I decided I want to be here. I want to play this strong Arab woman in his film, and it was very exciting for me.
Good afternoon. I just remind that me and my family were in the Sagrada Familia in Barcelona many years from now, and we went in stairs that all the people of all the world were in those stairs. And I suddenly felt in this movie that we can be together, all the world, in this train. So it's very a strong feeling for me. And I hope to continue work with Amos 30 years from now and celebrate in festival, especially in Venice.
Hello. I believe Tramway is like a microcosmos of Jerusalem, Israel, the conflict, and when I'm thinking about it like deeply, I believe it's not just Israel or Arabs or Israeli people. It's about the world. Like we have everything from there are so many different people and different cultures and different religions. And Amos gave, like every time, he gives us a different perspective of this human being photo. And it's super excited to be part of that kind of project. It's the second project that I'm doing with Amos. The first one was Ana Arabia 5 years ago, here in Venice. So Amos, I count on you to see you soon in 5 years in Venice again. And Ana Arabia also was talking about how we need to live together, and that's our life in Israel. Although we maybe sometimes we don't agree, we disagree with each other, but we have the same tramway, and we need to learn how to live together and how to respect each other. And I really believe that those kind of movie really helps us to get there. And it's about the people, and the people wants to live together. So we should keep believe and keep doing movies like that.
Buongiorno. I wish I could speak Italian. I know a little bit Italian, anyway. I would like to talk about a letter to a friend in Gaza. Actually, it was very simple, because when we meet, Amos and I, we always talk about the political situation, which disturbs us deeply. And we often, talk about films or the coming film or, ideas. And because lately the situation in Israel back home is very disturbing, at least to me, and I'm sure to Amos. And I believe we felt like if we silence always is a symbol of wisdom. But silence in this situation, I feel like we are part of the crime. Maybe it's a harsh word, but I believe there is a crime going on. The siege around Gaza and the Palestinian people there, in my opinion, is a crime. And of course, we are not politicians. We use our tools, which is writing, photography, music, all forms of arts, which are all connected in cinema. And we had this idea, and to express more or less our feeling about the political situation. And this is the story of how a letter to a friend in Gaza was made. And mainly, I saw it already 3 times, and the more I see it, the more I'm less objective, and I go deep into the photography and what's behind the scenes, what's behind the photography. And I respect Amos so much, with his tools, what he can do, in certain photography, in certain things, without explaining. I think the wall of separation, that at the opening, just 1 minute, and the more you think about it, and the more you see and realize the separation between people. And this is a crime. Anyway, I don't want to talk more about it, but this is more or less what I feel right now. Thank you.
E manca Pippo.
Sul telefonino. Ho cercato il messaggio come è andato ad Amos quando ho visto, a casa privatamente il film. E io ho detto, ciao, ho visto il tuo film, è molto forte, è un poema di verità, il film su Gaza. un poema di verità, di rivoluzione, di coraggio, di violenza, di delicatezza, di amore. Merci mon ami. Ecco, credo che questo, io mi sono trovato a condividere questa esperienza innanzitutto con un amico nel senso profondo, una persona che ha il coraggio della verità, con l'arte, con la poesia. Però questa cosa l'avrei potuta dire anche su qualsiasi cosa ci sarebbe bisogno di fare adesso, in questo nostro paese dove manca coraggio, dove c'è intolleranza, dove c'è una violenza, sono molto sofferenti in quello che sta succedendo con le persone rifugiate che scappano, perché sennò vengono uccise e torturate. E non ho paura di dire che noi stiamo vivendo un nuovo fascismo senza nessun problema. Noi stiamo entrando in un paese fascista. Si possono fare tutte le letture che vogliamo, perché si ci è arrivati, metà Italia è contenta così. E quindi per me partecipare all'esperienza del film di Amos, che parla con semplicità, è un film semplice ma molto complesso, però semplice. In fondo gli esseri umani, come dicevano tutti, nascono, invecchiano e muoiono, tutti. Gli afghani, gli italiani, i palestinesi, gli italiani, gli ebrei, uguale, identico, è soltanto una questione di tempo. Un artista come Amos non fa altro che ricordarti, come i grandi artisti, il senso del vivere e del morire. Se sappiamo quello, poi possiamo fare le nostre scelte, ma tutto quello che si farà avrà una direzione giusta, e credo che gli unici in questo momento possono essere gli artisti, non quelli che fanno film o fanno teatro, non so, gli artisti, quelli che decidono di fare arte per provare ancora un po' a cambiare questo mondo. Ecco, per questo io condivido, sono molto fiero di essere in questo lavoro.
C'è una domanda qui davanti.
Buongiorno. Volevo sapere da voi se è difficile ed è giusto criticare e giudicare il governo israeliano quando sbaglia senza essere tacciati di antisemitismo. Grazie.
You know, I always say that the best homage that an artist or a filmmaker can make to his country is to be critical. Strong cultures, they don't need only to be caressed. They can be challenged. And culture is about challenge. It's not... in Israel now, we have a big debate with the minister of culture of this government, this very bad government, who thinks that culture is a propaganda. Culture is a point of view and has to be assumed as a point of view. Even if we love our country, there are a lot of things of Israelis and Israel that I think are very touching, but still I think that the direction that the country is taking is very problematic, and if they will continue, they can actually destroy the actual idea of what is an open society. So there is anti-Semitism. My next project is about anti-Semitism, and the origin of European anti-Semitism are religious. The church have been educating generations to hate the Jews, and they burned Jews, they discriminated them, humiliated them for centuries, and it is in the DNA of European history. But the Jews have prevailed. They are still around, which is impressive, but they should not forget the lessons. And right now, when you see Netanyahu shaking the hands of the worst anti-Semitic leaders of Europe, when he allows shooting unarmed Palestinian protesters in Gaza, when he only believes in physical force, this is very un-Jewish. So I think it needs to be criticized.
E vorrei coinvolgere anche i produttori, vorrei chiedere loro, ecco, che cosa li spinge a cimentarsi con un impegno del genere e che implicazioni si spera abbiano questi film, non soltanto diciamo, in Israele, ma insomma, nel pubblico internazionale, nei festival o nei paesi dove usciranno.
Ce que je trouve admirable dans le travail d'Amos, c'est qu'il a une critique directe avec un procédé toujours simple et cinématographique, et il a toujours de la bienveillance pour les gens dont il parle. Je pense que les deux films font un diptyque parfait, l'un dans son injonction directe et l'autre dans sa poésie qui est une utopie sur la façon dont on peut vivre ensemble. Et la façon dont il a parlé de ce kaléidoscope que représente Jérusalem devrait toucher les spectateurs du monde entier.
E qualcun altro?
Well, no, just, this year, it's the 31 year that I work with Amos. So we did most of the old film from 1987 together. So we are always working first about the film. But for a Tramway, it was a big challenge because we had to do it first of all in one tramway only, so it's a long journey, and it was quite difficult. So we had a long talk, and we had to find a way to do it. It was not so easy. And but when you work with Amos since 31 years, it's quite easy to, when you come to me and speak about a project, I know what he is doing. And by the way, for a letter, I'm very proud of Amos because it's very courageous. Actually, in this country, who is quite fascist also for me, Israel actually it's quite a fascist government. It's courageous to go because you know that the Minister of Culture is closing theater because they are speaking about Palestinian. So it's a way very courageous, and I'm happy to be always with him because I share his optimistic way of looking at this country. So when he comes, I'm here. That's it.
Grazie, dobbiamo fermarci qui. Molte grazie a tutti. Thank you very much.
Buongiorno, come al solito prima di cominciare la conferenza stampa presento gli ospiti al tavolo partendo da in fondo alla mia destra e abbiamo il produttore Sefton Fincher, il produttore Dallas Saunier, uno degli attori Michael J. White, Tori Kittles, Vince Vaughn e Sailor. Okay, we have a question there.
Hi, Stephen Schaefer, Boston Herald. Congratulations, everyone. What a terrific movie experience. Vince, can you talk a little bit about what it was like working with Mel Gibson? You'd worked with him before as a director. Now you're co-stars in this, and were you influential in him boarding this movie? And Craig, this seems to be, I kept thinking a little bit of that great Kubrick movie from the 50s about the racetrack robbery with Sterling Hayden. It seems to have this epic quality about it as it goes with this minutely detailed robbery and its aftermath. Can you talk about your inspiration and what you wanted to do with this movie specifically, and what the title means?
You want to go first? Please. So The Killing, which is the movie you referenced, when you walk into my apartment when you walk into my apartment in New York City and look immediately to your left, you'll see a poster for The Killing, which is the movie you referenced, and excellent, and one of Kubrick's best, and also got a great polish by Jim Thompson, who's one of my favorite crime writers. So I approach everything in terms of what do I want to see and what am I a fan of, and I certainly, that movie was in my mind, probably a little bit more so Sidney Lumet stuff, in particular Prince of the City and Dog Day Afternoon, and I'm just really interested in doing pieces where the story goes, but the world of the story is larger than just the plot. And so in this case, with this fantastic ensemble, and also Jennifer Carpenter and Mel Gibson, who aren't here today, was able to just build this much larger world and take the kind of time to show details and facets of their lives, and also where all these different characters are coming from. So it's really, I mean, I probably watched Prince of the City 25 times as a child. So, I mean, I wanted to do something at that size and show all those different characters.
Yeah, I had worked with Mel on Hacksaw, and I had kind of overlapped doing Brawl with Zoller. And Zoller came to me, I had such a great experience doing Brawl with him. He came and talked about this other movie, Drive to Cross Concrete, and then Mel was the name that he recommended for the character they ended up playing, Ridgman. So they sent it to Mel, and I mentioned it to him. I said, gosh, you got to see Brawl. This guy's terrific. I think you'll really like him as a filmmaker. And thankfully, Mel really responded to the material. And as far as working with Mel, I mean, he's such a terrific filmmaker. It was unique for me because I think Zoller is such a terrific filmmaker. He's such a singular voice. He's quite unlike anyone I've worked with, from the point of view that he really sets out with a vision and a story, and he doesn't really compromise in that, in just the most including, wonderful way, not in a way that makes you feel excluded, but he just really knows what he wants to do. So, and then Mel being such a great filmmaker, it was just really nice to share the set with those guys and to collaborate in that kind of way. And then, you know, ultimately we're characters, and I think, you know, having a history with them makes the job a little easier when you're having that between the two characters.
I'd like to follow up to what Vince was saying, and ask also Tori. I mean, when someone, I speak with his producer, they always refer to as Zoller's vision, And it's very rare to find a filmmaker, especially a genre filmmaker, that has an artistic vision as precise and complete as Zahler. I mean, these days vary. So I wanted to ask Tori and Michael J., what was like working with him, and what did you like about his vision?
It's originality. I think in a world where so many people try to reverse engineer successes of the past, Zahler is a completely unique, original voice, and he's pushing his way into the future unapologetically. Like Vince said, when I first read the script, I was like, who wrote this? And then I looked it up, and it was, the guy that did Bone Tomahawk, which was a film that I loved. And it was one of those things that you couldn't put down. You just couldn't put it down. And I started reading it very late at night, and it kept me up. But I did it in one sitting, and I thought,
it's not a short script.
It's not a short script. So yeah, so it was the writing. It was the writing, and just based on Bone Tomahawk, and then I got a chance to see Brawl and how great Vince was in Brawl, and like all great writing, just as an actor, the way you approach it, you just know to get out of the way. You know, you're not going to make it better because it's already so good. The best thing you can do is just get out of the way. And while we were filming, that was the thing I had to remind myself of. Like, this is just great material. So the best thing you can do to service it is just get out of the way.
Michael?
For myself, I was a big fan of Zahler. I'd seen Bone Tomahawk. And I was aware of Brawl, and when this came to me, at first when I read it, I was like, "Are you sure you want me for this?" Because it was written in a way where it seemed a bit different, not like the things I'm normally offered. And I got on the phone with him, and I saw that he saw something else. He saw me as the actor, which I was very flattered about. But it was great for me to be directed. I've been doing so many genre films, and to go back to pure acting with somebody who has a vision was just such a great thing for me to do. And just for somebody who has his own vision and to be part of that, and just like Tori said, to get out of the way from that and just let that absorb. And it was a pleasure for me. So that's what brought me to it.
Sì, buongiorno. Una domanda per Vince Vaughn, del Giordano per Cosmopolitan. Lei diciamo è un attore che a tratti è davvero unico, perché sa davvero cambiare sempre, si sa sempre trasformare. Questo ruolo mi ha fatto pensare, lo si diceva prima, anche in un momento ad Hacksaw Ridge, cioè dove come dire, in contesti diversi c'è un tipo di violenza, c'è un tipo di brutalità, ma il personaggio sa guardarsi dentro, cioè sa confrontarsi anche con la propria parte morale. Volevo sapere se in effetti questo tema, questo elemento del guardarsi dentro, lei lo ha da sempre, non come attore, e quanto lo mette nei personaggi, perché davvero quello che fa, insomma c'è una congiunzione tra quello che mette come attore e i personaggi che vengono fuori che sono davvero straordinari. Grazie.
I think I understand the gist of the question in translation. It's one of the great things Zahler does. What I love is that characters are all things. They're not, painted with one idea. I think you get people who are in conflict, but perhaps you get to see what made them the way they are, or the dualities and the complexities of it. And then they kind of are in conflict. Where my character is concerned, I think he is definitely conscious about people dying, about his own future. There's definitely an awareness there, which I think is, realistic and also unique. It's just a choice that Zahler made specifically. It works as a conscious. You have the two characters talking, and one is, obviously driving forward, and the other is, if it was one person, it would be the conversations in one's head. As far as myself, I think it's one of the things that drew me to acting and storytelling is when you're a kid, you're very sensitive and you're aware of your surroundings, and you're questioning things and wondering about different things, and then you're also experiencing stuff, and some stuff that happens when you're not ready for it. So I think you're constantly in a process when you're getting older of, you know, taking these things in and taking inventory about what are you comfortable with and what are you not comfortable with, and those things can evolve and change. And I think one of the great things in Zoller's writing that taps into the human experience is it puts you in that car or those situations, and maybe you would make that first decision for a friend. And then now you find yourself in the next stage of that. And that's sort of the fun of these morality tales, you know, going back to Greek myths or any of it. The joy of these things were always, you know, the consequences or the repercussions or the drives for what make men make the decisions that they do.
Hello, this is Yanis from Greece. Congratulations for a great movie to all. My question is to the director, Mr. Zoller. What I found very interesting in the film, among many other things, plus the acting, is the dialogue. Very sophisticated dialogue. It shows that everyone, in a way, everyone in the film seems to be cultivated. And I found that very interesting. So I would like you to tell us a little bit about the process of writing the screenplay. Thank you.
Thank you for the compliments. The process of writing the screenplay as a whole is like my writing process all the time, which is surprise myself every day. So when I set out to write it, I can tell you that characters who died I thought would live, and ones who lived I thought were going to die. So there were a lot of surprises, and that's some of how I live the writing process and get into the heads of all the characters. So in terms of the dialogue, there was a conscious effort of me in this and a crime piece that I'd written and was maybe going to get made at HBO but did not, and a crime novel of mine, in terms of coming up with specific jargons and vernaculars to each group. And obviously the way that Ridgman and Anthony speak to one another is not the same way that Biscuit and Henry John speak to one another. You know, at the same time, one of the things that I just try and do in general is come up with stuff that's interesting. So people saying things in the most direct manner isn't what I find most interesting. It's sometimes circumlocution and coming up with a roundabout way of saying things. And then, and this is, you know, to some degree why I require such great performers, is because a lot of this dialogue isn't the most natural dialogue or the most realistic things people would say in these situations. And so you get people who are giving really grounded, subtle, nuanced work with a lot of stuff going on under the surface and deep in the hood in terms of their engine. You then, it can ring true if the performers are doing all of the right stuff and are comfortable with the dialogue. But it isn't easy, and it doesn't always mesh with everybody, but it certainly does with these people, you know, as well as Jennifer Carpenter, Mel Gibson, Fred Melamed, Don Johnson. These are people who can bring those two different things together. And in terms of writing the dialogue, probably every line of dialogue in the movie I wrote 15 times before the one that you heard.
I'd like to further the question a little bit because, as you said before, this film has a bigger canvas than your previous, and it takes her into different. It's police, it's criminals, is their different social backgrounds, different neighborhoods, different issues about daily life. And can you talk a little bit what interested in these particular milieus and how satisfying it was to be able to explore more of that?
This goes back to, I mean, we can point to crime fiction and things like The Killing or Prince of the City or things like that, but also my interest in stuff like Nashville and Cassavetes, and really just trying to get this bigger human experience, which is one of the reasons that I don't make message movies, and for the most part don't like message movies, is because there's just an agenda and all of the characters and all of the actions and the plot needs to kind of line up reinforcing this. And this oftentimes, to me, doesn't lead to a three-dimensional experience. And so when you have people from different walks of life, and certainly Biscuit, Michael Jai White's character, he's at a different place, and probably of the people who are getting into bad situations, the one who's doing so most willingly. and perhaps naively. And Henry Johns, the character Tori Kittles plays, this is someone who, like both of the cops, is forced by financial constraints into this situation. And to me, it's all about world building, though in this case, this is something I wrote in 2016, whereas Bone and Brawl, I wrote both of those in 2011. And kind of at that time, I'd been reading so many pulps and was just getting a little bit more interested in intricate plotting. So there was that as well, and I really was interested in doing something where you would get a piece of visual material and not understand it, and then it pays off later, and doing that again and again. And again, all of this just to build a larger world and give you a sense of the characters outside of the immediate story, and certainly outside of any message that I don't have an interest in delivering.
Buongiorno, Valentina D'Amico. È un film fantastico, volevo fare una domanda sul finale. Fino quasi alla fine noi siamo portati a credere che il personaggio di Mel Gibson ce la faccia, quindi che ci sia una possibilità di un finale lieto. Volevo sapere se anche lei aveva preso in considerazione questa ipotesi. E poi, sempre per il finale, una domanda per Vince. Che cosa dice la fidanzata al telefono e perché non ti vuole sposare?
Zoller's probably better equipped, but I'll give my. I said Zoller's probably better equipped, but I'll give my 2 cents for that. You know, I just think that there's something about that dinner scene where she's suspecting that something's not right with him. He's not in a good place in his life. He's wanting things, and obviously in trouble at the beginning of the movie. So I think she sort of is a barometer and sort of able to gauge that he's not coming from a grounded place and entering a relationship from a good place. She appears to me to be someone who's kind of comfortable and together, and they're kind of intimate and sharing stuff. And then there's sort of a chink in the armor, if you will, in that conversation that we have. And as far as what is said, I think is not as important. Clearly in the story, it was chosen that we just sort of. It was almost too intimate, maybe, to hear. We're sort of with Ridgman, maybe, perhaps at that point, that he's hearing something. And it doesn't matter, right? The words at that point, I think the specifics of it are the least of his concerns at that particular time. Craig, would you like to now give the reason for why that
happened? This is one of these, and I probably said some version of this answer 20 times to the irritation of many. This is one of these things that's so much more interesting for me to have you ask that question and wonder about it than answer it. It is scripted. There is something that someone is saying in there, and it is precise. And some of this is stuff I shared with Vince on the day in terms of his preparation for it. But that question and wondering about it is something that keeps it alive. In the imagination of the viewer, one who's engaged enough to think about the movie afterwards. And it's just not the kind of thing I want to dispel. In terms of the larger question as to happy endings or not, it's a complicated piece, and it's not unhappy for everybody. And I did not know how it was going to land until I got there, and I saw, it was a lot in the writing process. I kept seeing how ahead and how smart Tori Kittle's character, Henry Johns, was, and seeing him play it, and just this, intelligence that was really just kind of pushed down so that people could think whatever they wanted to think, and he would just operate and go. So, I don't look at this as an unhappy ending or a happy ending. It's a complicated one and different for different people.
Tori, what did you like about this man?
I got the hang of this, Vince. What's always interesting to me is how far a character will go to protect the ones he loves. In his case, he's looking out for his crippled brother and his heroin-addicted mother. But also what interests me is how they go about doing it. How smart are they in their approach? And also the dialogue. There were just certain things that stick out to me, and one of the things that resonated was it's good to be underestimated, which is a line he says to Ridgman at the end. And I feel like that's true, and I could relate to that in so many different ways. You know, I'm from a town of 700 people, small town, and, you know, here I am in front of you fine folks in Venice. Wasn't supposed to be that way, but here we are. So there were a lot of similarities, and I think me and Zala, we talked about this on the phone, which, by the way, was a crazy story because he just offered it to me, and I didn't have to audition based on just my demo reel, which I'm still, you know, in awe of that, and thank you.
This is a very consistent performer. Highly recommended.
Yeah, but you know, just those types of things and the similarities, and Zala being from Florida, I'm from Florida, and so when I read it, I felt like I knew this guy. It just jumped off the page as someone that I really just easily related to, and again, I go back to, it wasn't much I had to do. I innately knew who this character was, and I didn't have to play it. All I had to do was get out of the way.
Yes?
Complimenti per il film, bellissimo da tutti i punti di vista. Una domanda per il regista. La moglie di Mel Gibson dice quasi all'inizio sono una liberal, ma vivere in questo quartiere mi fa diventare razzista, tema che è molto vicino anche in questo paese. I personaggi hanno delle battute, devo dire, anche molto divertenti, razziste, il giorno di Martin Luther King, e poi le prese in giro per l'italianità o le origini italiane. Toccare il tema del razzismo nel cinema è sempre molto scivoloso. Lei l'ha fatto in maniera coraggiosa. Come l'ha fatto e che rischi si prende? Grazie.
Yeah, I write to my taste, and it's you know, in terms of the reactions that people will have or may have aren't really what I'm considering when I'm doing it. I mean, I remember when I was going out with you know, Dallas Saunier, and we're taking around Bone Tomahawk and trying to get it set up. And I described what I thought the landed version of that movie would be. I said 60% of the people who want to see a Western called Bone Tomahawk will like it. 20% will think it's disgusting and offensive, and 20% will think it's boring. And that's fine. So I'm not chasing the biggest audience, and I'm comfortable with losing some of them. So in terms of the slippery slope, I think there's an integrity to the characters, and they make sense in what they say. And there are obviously remarks that are provocations, and there are remarks that are throwaway jokes that may not be politically correct, and they can read as such. But it's not a consideration when I'm writing. I'm aware that there are lines and moments in all of my pieces, in these, in my books, and in my future movies, that will land poorly for some people or get people to hate me, and that is your right to do so. And I'm following my right to do the version of the movie that I think is the best and the most interesting and the most to my taste, and then hope that there's enough of an audience and enough of a success for me to get to the next one.
Salve, ed Enrico, Critical Minds. Una domanda per Craig. Volevo una sua battuta sul personaggio della povera Jennifer Carpenter, che praticamente nel film occupa una storia a parte. Come nasce questa piccola storia?
So, in terms of the Kelly Summer storyline, where Jennifer Carpenter did a magnificent job bringing this character to life, this goes back to me saying I'm interested in stories that are larger, interested in making worlds that are larger than just the plot or the stories in and of themselves. And so I would ask you or anybody who enjoys that scene or doesn't, or thinks it adds something or thinks it doesn't, you know, how did it alter the viewing experience? And for me, it shows facets of people of that world that aren't related, at least when they're initially presented to the story. So you have these three characters and Ridgeman, the one that Mel Gibson plays, and they're related to the story and the plot very directly, and they're motivated, to a certain extent, most of them are motivated by financial constraints. And so you have somebody else coming in from a very different background, dealing with a very different dilemma. I don't want to spoil what that is, and getting another hue to the canvas, and it's just a different thread to put in the tapestry. And for me, it's something that gives this a different humanity, and for certain members of the audience a relatability. But it's just putting another color on the canvas, and in an effort to enrich the world and bring someone in who is not really driving this story on one side or the other, as these characters are, but is more from stepping from our regular world into the middle of this situation.
Beside having also the opportunity to work with a star of the caliber of Mel Gibson, this is a bigger budget for you. What did the extra money allow you to do?
Suffer. So this was a really hard production, and this movie's about 2 hours and 40 minutes, and a ton of it is in cars. This is a difficult thing to do, mounting it up, going on streets, which theoretically would be set aside for you to shoot, with the car theoretically rigged for you to shoot, correctly, and situations theoretically set up for you to win. And so it's a big piece with a lot of characters, and it gave me more days so that I can dig into the drama. And so we had, enough time when we met problems to actually get through them and get the scenes that we needed. But it's a bigger budget movie, but we were shooting at a time in Vancouver where it was really hard for us to get the best crew available. So I can say that although this would seemingly be more comfortable, it was the least comfortable of the three.
How long did it take to shoot the last scene? The one before the last, I guess.
Yeah,
the big shootout.
That was essentially 2 weeks of entirely night shooting.
Did we say 20 million for
15.
And what does the title mean?
I would rather you wonder at it than I answer. There are a couple of answers in there, one very literal and some figurative ones. I'd say just keep it in mind the next time you watch it. They're there.
I'm afraid that they call me for time, so that's all we have time for. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, we know what it is like that because it's a woman that you realize it's not just the face gets shot, right?
Hello, hello. Here, it's okay. I'll do it like this. I can do it like this. Okay, wait a minute. Where's Ann? Ann Kosuni, where are you? What are you doing over there? Hello. I want to introduce everybody that's up here who made this film what it is. I just met everybody about a week ago. Okay. Ann Kosuni, who plays the teacher. And her son Vlad Kosuni, who plays Dr. Ray. And Willem Dafoe, who plays Vincent van Gogh. And Lolita Sharma, who plays the girl on the road. And Louise Kugelberg, who wrote and edited and did that with us. And everything else that I didn't do, she did. Benoit Delhomme, who is the director of photography. The great Jean-Claude Carrier, who started to write this with me. Who is a gift to all of us, certainly to me. John Killick, who produced all the films I've made, or we made together. Emmanuel Seigner, who plays Madame Genoux. Who, before I was a director, I had seen her in Roman's movie Bitter Moon, and I said, that's the best performance I saw that year. If I ever make a movie, I would like you to be in it. And when we made The Diving Bell and the Butterfly, she was. So thank you again. And Anne was also in The Diving Bell and the Butterfly, and she played the person that actually wrote the book. And Mads Mikkelsen, who honored me with his presence in this movie. So I'm going to ask everybody in the film to sit down, and I'm going to sit here with Willem so nobody gets distracted and we can have a conversation about what we just did. Thank you. Right here, I guess.
Yeah.
What was that? You or me?
I am going to start with a question before giving it to the audience. And it's, Julian, this is not a biography. This is not, the approach is so different. And I just want you to explain a little bit of how did you reach this sensorial approach, because that's really what it is.
Well, first of all, everybody thinks that they know everything about Vincent van Gogh. So it seems absolutely unnecessary and absurd to make a movie about him. And that was the premise that we began with. Jean-Claude Carrier and I were at the Musée d'Orsay looking at Van Gogh, a show of Van Gogh paintings from Arles and drawings by Antoine Artaud. And as we looked at the paintings, we were alone in this room, and as we looked at the paintings, we had an idea, a thought. And when you look at paintings, you walk up to one painting, you look at it, you digest what that is, then you see the next painting, And then you look at the whole exhibition. At the end of the exhibition, you walk out and you have an accumulative feeling about what happened to you. That was the structure that we decided to take on this. So there were vignettes that we started to create and conversations that we had about what could have happened. And obviously I know I don't know if I know a lot about him, but I know more than most people probably, because I've been a painter ever since I was a child and read all of his letters, know a bit about him. But at the same time, that was a point of embarkation. And at a certain moment, there is no, if you ask me to explain the movie, I would say it's impossible. Because it's not, if you give a reason for it, you're already lying. And what we tried to do was make an equivalent somehow to a feeling that is possible that you could get when you're observing a work of art. And once other people got involved, things turned into something else. And we did everything in a very, it grew naturally. And everybody that's here contributed to that. And at a certain moment, Louise got involved with writing with me, and we kind of changed things as we were working in Al and wherever we were. And then it ended up that we ended up editing the movie together. Wherever we went, on a laptop, in an airplane, in Mexico, Costa Rica, whatever, because we couldn't stop working on this thing, so we never did stop. And everybody, all of the actors that were in this movie, I don't know, there was, Niels Arestrup is not here, but he plays a madman. And once I asked him if he could repeat a word for me. It's the word sergeant. And he said, you know, I'm like a leaf that's floating around in the wind. I don't know if I could do that again, or I don't know where I would have to be to do that. And I realized that everybody that worked on this is like that, and maybe I was like that too. So this is not a rational, there's no prescribed prescription for this. But anyway, I don't know if that answered your question, but tried.
This one there. Yeah.
Buongiorno, Enrico Critical Minds. Grazie, sì. Grazie per questo bellissimo film, dal quale viene fuori una figura di Van Gogh abbastanza inedita, dal pensiero molto lucido, molto realista, tanto da arrivare a dire questo per me è il momento della semina, la raccolta arriverà quando io non ci sarò più. Mi chiedo, lei crede davvero in questa lucidità di Van Gogh o è semplicemente una bella speranza cinematografica? Grazie.
I absolutely believe in that. I mean, it's obvious if you look at his paintings, and it's obvious if you read his letters. And for all of the things that Jean-Claude wrote, or I wrote, or Louise did, Vincent van Gogh wrote a lot of this text. And so these things come directly out of his letters. So I would say that he was absolutely lucid, and he knew exactly where he was in relationship to eternity and to, I think there's a moment in the movie where he's painting Dr. Gagé. And Dr. Gagé says to him, why do you paint? And he says, to stop thinking. Now, I wrote that. When I'm painting, I stop thinking. But I think it could have been true for him too. But later, when he says, why do you, you stop thinking, is it a form of meditation? And he says, no. And he says, when I paint, I become part of everything that's outside of me and inside of me. Now, I took that from an Aborigine painter who said that 100 years ago. But there's a moment where Willem says to Mathieu, I used to think I could share with people my view, but I don't feel like that anymore. Now I just have my relationship to eternity. And I think at that moment he was very resigned to the fact that it was possible that he was not going to live very long, and he was okay with that. Boston.
I think Willem should probably add something to this. I mean, at least I would like to hear what he has to say on this.
Absolutely, me too.
In what respect? I don't know where to get on the train.
Well, he had asked about
His lucidity.
yeah, the lucidity, yes.
His lucidity. Well, one of the things Julian asked me to do was to look at this White Smith book, the biography, and just said, look at it.
Come back a little further.
Yeah. He said, look at it and, write some notes, anything that interests you, anything that strikes you. And they're beautiful. There's a lot of his letters are sampled there. Later I read the letters. And he was absolutely inspiring and absolutely lucid in what he talked about. And I related to it very much. So lucidity, no question. I think the difficulties come when he had this special vision and he couldn't quite reconcile that with how to share it with people, with more prosaic things about career and social things, sexual things. That was the struggle. But I think he even recognized, rather than the tortured genius artist, I think he even spoke quite a bit about the value of difficulties in your life as a teacher. He talked about even sickness can heal us. Many beautiful things. I think the main thing that inspired me was he was beyond dualistic thinking. He could really get past it.
He was also beyond criticism. But one question I would like to ask Willem is, you've been in a lot of different movies, and I was just curious about...
Into the mic.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. I was just curious about the form of the film, because you speak to Emmanuel, you speak to Maz, you speak to Vlad, Dr. Ray, you speak to, or Neil speaks to you, and then you speak to Mathieu, and you speak to your brother. And in each one of these situations, what I think is, maybe you could talk about that, is you are a different person, but we don't relate to everybody the same way. And I wanted to know about the opportunity to do that in a film, because it's extremely separate in what happened, I thought, is you get to see the permutations of how a human being can relate to all these different people, and then you get an idea of who that person is. And maybe you could tell about that experience.
The truth is, I wasn't that conscious of him being different with each person. It was simply that each situation was different, and he was terrifically lucid and terrifically responsive. One thing that I did notice about the structure that I don't think necessarily was planned, there were all these formal scenes where he's dealing with doctors, priests, and it gave an opportunity, and this isn't calculated, it just was a way to kind of express his inner thoughts in a kind of non-didactic, undramatic way. So it gets laid out there, and then you get those thoughts in your head, and then when you're with him in nature, when you're with him painting, that informs what's going on with him. And I think, I don't know whether that was planned, I don't care whether it was planned. I think many things that are beautiful in the film weren't planned, but that was a beautiful structure for me.
Fikret Gibbons from AFP, Agence France Presse. Wonderful film, I really enjoyed it. I wondered if there was room for another Van Gogh film, but really there is. The one thing that you based the film around two quite controversial historical points. One is the notebooks from the Café de Gare in Arles, which the Van Gogh Museum refuses to recognize and says they're fakes. And also you go with the theory that came out in that biography you talked about, that that Van Gogh was killed, that he was killed at the end of his life, when a lot of the testimony, and most of the testimony that's accepted, is that he killed himself. I wonder, could you talk about it? Do you believe that he was killed, and do you think that the notebooks are real?
Hello? A lot of space in this microphone. You want to give Jean-Claude Carrier a microphone?
Okay.
And then I'll answer your question. I think he might say something a bit more eloquent to start with. Louis. Okay. And then I'll tell you what I think.
Okay.
Yeah? You want me to answer the question?
Yes, I'd love that.
You're not able to?
I am able to. Shall I?
No.
Okay.
And the question of the suicide, there is no testimony of Van Gogh killing himself. Absolutely none. He came back to the auberge, wounded. He had a bullet in his stomach, which is not a right way to kill himself. And nobody ever found the gun, the painting material, and nothing. I mean, there is absolutely no proof that he killed himself. That's part of what we have been fighting against, which is the dark, romantic legend of Van Gogh. You know, Van Gogh was at the last period of his life working constantly, every day. He made one painting a day. I mean, all the time he spent in Auvers-sur-Oise. And he was not at all the kind of sad and pessimistic and you know, depriving man that has been so often described. So it's not a choice. We didn't want to enter any sort of polemic. And about the other question of the drawings, I must say that we have been, you and me, we have seen the drawings lengthily, I mean, time to examine, and they really look like being, it is not, in the film, it's not said that they are his, the ones that have been found, but they could be, that's all.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I don't care.
Excuse me, I'm just adding something. I was one day discussing with the director of a museum, and I asked him which are the real, authentic Van Goghs. And the answer was the ones who are in my museum.
Are you going to say what museum that was? You don't have
I
to.
think it was in Amsterdam.
Okay.
There's a question there.
Oh, wait, I want to, let's finish this thing. So, Ronald Pickvance, who curated the show at the Met of the painting The Gnarl, died when he was 84 years old, and he didn't need any sensationalist discoveries at that point in his life. And Bogomila Welsh, I think they're very devoted to that. And, you know, so I think that I don't really care if they're real or they're not real. This is a movie. And if he killed himself or he didn't kill himself is irrelevant to me also. But in the film, I think it's nice to know that there's another set of possibilities. Nobody was there. But one thing is correct. The police documented what he said. And what he said at his deathbed is what it says in the movie. When he was asked if he shot himself, he did say, "Don't blame anybody else." I don't know why he would say that. He also, they never found the painting material. It's hard to bury your shit if you committed suicide and hide it. So did somebody throw the gun in the lake? Who knows? Does it look good in the movie? Yeah. Is it a forensic biopic? No. So it was our pleasure to do that. If you like it or you feel in it, great. If you can't and you get hung up about that, too bad. Yeah.
Hello, Laura Sanchez from W Radio Colombia. My question is for William Dafoe. Mr. Dafoe, my question is regarding this particular conversation between your character, Van Gogh, and the priest, that they talk about this kind of similarity between Van Gogh and Jesus. That conversation is based in real fact, and also I wanted to know, in your opinion, do you think that Van Gogh really thought about himself as Jesus, as he was discovered after his death? Thank you.
I don't know, but he thought the Bible was the best book ever written. He grew up religious. It is true he thought about being a minister. Many of the things he said that are said in that scene, correct me, are from things he wrote.
Yeah.
He says many things about Christ. He said, Lord Christ is a little crazy. He said, Christ...
But that's not in the movie.
But that's not in the movie. He said, Christ is a workman. Did he identify in a direct way? No, but he had sympathies with him.
I think he did. I think he absolutely identified with Christ. But if you ask about this conversation, nobody was there. And the truth of the matter is that Jean-Claude Carrier and I were sitting around one day and we were talking about the Gospels, and he told me that nobody knew who Christ was till 30 or 40 years after he died. And I thought, what a wonderful thing for Vincent van Gogh to say to the priest who was going to help him, that the guy that you're talking about actually was not known until 30 or 40 years after he died. So I thought, what a beautiful opportunity to say something like that. Also, for him to talk about Shakespeare and Vietnam and a bunch of other things. So I would forget that whether he said it or he didn't say it. Yes, he did say, I paint with my qualities and my faults. Vincent van Gogh said that. Do I know that he said that? Could somebody have written that he said that? I think all history is a lie. If you watch the movie Rashomon, you got 5 different stories of the same event. And Papi Corsicato made a movie about me, and everybody in my family said something different. And they're supposed to know each other, so I would not get hung up on that.
Speaking of the subject, would you say that nature and art are a way of transcendence for him? It seems very clear to me in the film.
I think that's a way of transcendence for everyone in this room. I hope, or I would think. But what's amazing to me more than that, as I went through the process of working with these people, or seeing what everybody did that is sitting here, they turned whatever their practice was into something that was indescribable and absolute surprise to me. And we just are the recipient of this activity, whether it was Benoit's work or everybody that was related to this film just gave us something that is incalculable. It was just human activity about people being alive in the landscape. And I guess there's one thing where Van Gogh painted portraits and he painted landscapes, so there's a horizontality to the movie, and there are these big heads which are the portraits, and so I guess she's got another appointment. So I think that one of the things that I think the movie addressed in some way, I don't know how exactly because it wasn't logical, was this notion of fearing that you're going mad. And there's a kind of Jacob's ladder effect somehow. I think the black stoppages in the movie where you kind of come out of it and go back in, there's a physical thing that happens to you as you're sitting in the audience, which is sort of unnameable, and that seemed to make you feel like you were in his shoes. Anyway.
Boston Herald. As Julian started today saying that everybody thinks they know everything about Van Gogh, and I think in terms of the movies, Kirk Douglas from 60 years ago is still the actor people think of when they think of Van Gogh. How was your approach? Where did you start? How did you enter? How did you begin with climbing this monolith in a way? And also for Julian, casting the people in the movie that seem to have stepped out of the portraits and then we see them being made into portraits, was that easy or difficult?
The preparation was kind of what you'd think, just reading background material, but that wasn't as important. The most important thing was I knew I was going to be painting. And I've known Julian for over 30 years. I've been with him when he's working in the studio. I've worked with him in a smaller way in some movies. I like being around him. I like how he makes things. And I knew I was going to be painting in this movie, and that was important. And it was important, not only so I could do the actions and we could be loose how we shot, but also it was very important, as he taught me things about painting, I had a shift in my way of saying that was really crucial. It was a shift that really became the key to having a deeper feeling for some of the things that I was doing in the film, my relationship to nature, and some of the things that Van Gogh said.
Thank you. Hello? That was a better answer than I could have given you, even if it's not the answer to your question. I liked it. Okay, perfect. The casting the people, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry, okay. I never thought about anybody else playing Vincent van Gogh. He was always the person that I thought should do that. I think he has the inner life and the depth. He's a physical actor. I've known him, like he said, for 30 years, and I've seen him be more thoughtful and supportive to other actors and directors in the face of impossible situations that I'm not even going to get into. And I thought to have him with me to do this was the best ally I could have. And as far as the rest of the cast, everybody that's in this film is the first person that I wanted to do each of these roles. I can't even believe they did it. And I can't thank them enough. And I've watched this movie. Louise and I have been editing this film since December 10th. I've seen all of them more than 100 times, and I never get tired of looking at them. And I love all of these people. So this movie is not about self-hate, for sure. Yes?
Okay, this is Yanis from Greece. Hello. Congratulations for a very emotional movie. I think this will be the final question anyway. I would like both of you to tell us what exactly do you find unique in Vincent van Gogh's personality, in your own thoughts?
Well, I think everything I found interesting in his personality is in the movie. So me saying something about, like he said, I am my paintings, I am this movie. Everything we had to say is in the movie. And everything that we're saying now is extra. It doesn't even matter what I say. I could be right or wrong, but I might as well be the guy that's sitting right over here, because I'm a viewer now. So maybe there's one more question that, unless you ran out of time.
There is one, we're running out of time, but I have one. How close, Julian, is this film? Because when I saw it, I saw this is almost felt like your other films were leading to this. This is like this incredible evolution. And how close is the way you portray Van Gogh, the relationship with Van Gogh and his painting, close to what you're feeling about painting?
Well, I think I got to say, I think I got to say everything I wanted to say about painting in this movie. I mean, the fact is that Van Gogh never saw a Goya painting. He saw etchings of Goya. I doubt that he saw a Velázquez painting. He definitely saw Frans Hal's painting. And he definitely saw The Marriage at Cana, which is at the Louvre, which actually used to be in the Cini Foundation over here, but Napoleon stole it and put it at the Louvre. But if you want to see an excellent copy of it, you can go to the Cini Foundation here. It's extraordinary. And it's the painting that you saw in the movie. And after he saw that painting, he said, my colors don't come from reality, they come from my palette. So what was your question?
How close is
so basically I've got him talking about Goya or Velázquez. There are things I wanted to say about painting, about one stroke, each stroke. They call it an act of genius for a reason. Anyway, it was a lot of fun to get to say those things and to speak through Van Gogh. And it was great because painters have conversations about painting. And But what is very, very, very true and very beautiful is that Gauguin really cared about him. And usually Gauguin was portrayed as a real asshole. I mean, Anthony Quinn was a fucking asshole in Lust for Life, you know? And the truth is that he did write a letter to the truth. I don't know if it's the truth, but there's a letter. He wrote the letter, and Vincent received it at the hospital. I think it was the best review he ever got. And Aurier actually did write that article, so everybody knew who he was when he was alive, 3 months before he died. And then at the end, when you see the yellow, in 1894, Gauguin wrote about the Yellow Room, and I thought that that was very, very important to include. So even though it's not a biopic, there happens to be things that are true, and we mix our version of the truth with the truth like most people do every day.
I'm called for time, so we have to. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this panel on reality to virtual reality, the work of the Biennale College Cinema Program. And it's the 7th year that we've had the pleasure of discussing the challenges of micro-budget filmmaking, and the 6th year where we've been able to look at the films made under the auspices of this program. And there have been 19 feature films completed by the Biennale College Cinema, and it's quite remarkable that all of them were completed on time and had their world premiere here in Venice. And it's been a great pleasure because I think of 3 key reasons. The first is that these films have met the challenge of producing a film in a very short time, just a few months, on a micro budget of 150,000 euros, and getting them ready for a premiere, and doing so to the point where most of us are not aware of that budget when we see the pictures. They are of a high professional quality. Secondly, because they are mercifully short by comparison with many of the over-bloated studio productions we've been seeing, not just here in Cannes, Berlin, around the world. Instead, most of the Biennale College films have been 2 hours or less. And thirdly, because these films, this whole program, is in tune with the long-held ideals of the Biennale, which for more than a century and a quarter has encouraged a commitment to aesthetic experimentation, to seeking new forms in art in which to express the artist's vision. We have a great panel of 6 critics from across the water, from various parts of the United States, and I'll give a very brief introduction because outside you can pick up a full leaflet with full biographies of all our panelists, but on my extreme right is Michael Phillips, who is film critic for the Chicago Tribune and is known for his more than 100 introductions to our Turner Classic Movies to films, and he is also a true fan, if I may say so, of film music and a very great connoisseur of it. Next to him, Chris Wagner, who in 2009 was the Neumann Arts and Culture Fellow at Harvard College, which is a much sought after accolade, and he's taught journalism at Harvard and other places, and of course he is the culture critic for the Dallas Morning News. Mick LaSalle, on my right here, is an old friend of these panels. He came, I think, in 2006 to the very first one we ever had in Venice. Mick is head film critic for Hearst Newspapers, based really at the San Francisco Chronicle on the West Coast. He's written various books on the cinema, and he's now at work on a new one about California on screen. On my left, Stephanie Zacharek, who is well known for her writings in Salon.com, The Late Lamented Village Voice, and for Time magazine for the last 2 years. And in 2015, she was nominated for a Pulitzer Award in journalism. Next to her, Glenn Kenny, who has had a book on Robert De Niro published by Cahiers du Cinema in French, no less.
And it's in the Biennale bookstore. There's 2 copies. You can pick them up. I'll sign one for you.
And he's written many essays for Criterion, the video company in New York, and for Arrow, the excellent video company in the UK. And he is a well-known journalist, most readily seen at rogerebert.com, which is probably one of the most visited film buff sites in the United States. Next to him, David Bordwell, who is like Isaac Borg in Wild Strawberries. He's Professor Emeritus of Film at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. And David has written countless books on the history of film, and indeed he's written textbooks with his wife, Kristen Thompson, who's with us today. I would say that his work is on the curriculum of practically every film course in the United States and also in many other countries. And last but not least, Jane Williams, who is co-head of studies for the Biennale College Cinema, and a particular mentor of the Virtual Reality Initiative. and she will be talking to us later about the virtual reality that some of us have seen and that some of you have seen, and the fact that it's now entering the Biennale College cinema family. So we've seen 3 feature films, one from Hungary, one from Turkey, and one from Italy, and they are all very different, as is often the case. For me, there was a resemblance in that the personalities of all the 3 films are on the edge of conventional society and striving to come to terms with that situation. But Michael, if I can start with you, you've come back after a year's absence. We're happy to have you back. What was your impressions overall of the 3 films?
Well, thanks for having me back. And I think the pleasure in seeing all 3 is that, yes, they were not just different in terms of origin or intention, but just really sort of in every which way. They all just looked and felt like their own vision, which is great. And there's so many things we can talk about with this subject about whether or not, what kind of future they might have. It's whether or not they have a shot at U.S. distribution doesn't really reflect on their quality necessarily. It may, but it may not. And I guess what I really appreciate about all 3, and I don't want to reductively review them now. That's not really what this is for, I think. But I think what I really love about it is that they encouraged us to enter the world, and yet we weren't led by the nose, story beat by story beat, conventional moment to conventional moment through it. We were, and this is the one thing I would agree, Peter, that this is the one thing they do have in common. They found different ways to give us the perspective on the key characters without conventional psychology. Maybe that's what most of us Americans are sick of all that in the movies. Very simple kind of story, easily explainable problems and tidy solutions. But just as cinema, they all had such different intentions and ways of carrying them out, and I'd like to talk about that maybe around the midpoint of the discussion. But that's what I actually think about their future is that their future is already here because the films got made, and that's what I love about this program. And that so many other, when we're at a time when we're very aware of how difficult it is to get a wide enough representation of voices on the screens all over the world, this program simply does it. It just does it. You know, it's a certain amount of money, a little bit of time, 4 weeks, and here we are. And other programs develop and develop and workshop, and the movies largely never get made.
Thank you, Michael. Glenn Kenny, outside, while we were warming up, as it were, I said to Savina Nerotti, who is the godmother of this whole program and lives with these films from morning to night, she said to me that they place great emphasis on the development of character, which is why I think in all those 3 films you really get to know, in a way, those characters, whereas in some certain mainstream films, the characters are skin deep.
Well, I agree that that's a crucial factor, and particularly with the 3 films this year. And I think for me, one that stood out the most was Zen. I can't remember the last film I've seen that communicated what it is like to be a trans person so coherently and compassionately. When it's not just, it's in the way the character walks and talks and deals with the world, but also the monologue when Zen talks about what he sees when he looks in the mirror. It's a really coherent explanation that is very moving and is really accomplishes, I think, the film's mission in terms of, pushing against transphobia and heteronormative biases and prejudices, and without seeming like it has an agenda. The agenda emerges from this portrait of a very believable and credible person. So that to me was really, it struck me as very vital. I think there's a film that ought to be seen worldwide. I think they all ought to, but in each film there's a different set of concerns for the lead characters, and it's in Yuva the sort of primal refusal to give up one sense of belonging in the face of a unspecified authoritarian threat is made very palpable through the filmmaking. And in Deva too, the sense of alienation and outsiderness and the give and take with the guardian bogey is extremely really well drawn. So I think in each distinctive way, each film really not only speaks with a distinctive directorial voice, but creates incredibly vivid characterizations, which is important. And I don't think all film has to be humanist or character-driven. I love abstract film when it's done well, but if you're going that route, I think each of the directors and producers and particularly with Zen actors really showed extraordinary commitment and did a terrific job.
Yes, well, that leads on to a point I'd like to ask Stephanie, that in the great days of Hollywood, there were producers like Doris Sherry, for example, who would take a personal interest in their films and work closely with the directors. And here in Europe, of course, in countries like Sweden, for example, Bengt Forslund, a great producer of all Jan Troell's films, without whom, those films would not be the same. Would you say that the concept of the college, whereby a producer and director must be appointed together, do you think that's a good one?
Oh, I do. I mean, given the fact that I've been coming here to be on this panel since the beginning of the program.
You're the doyen.
Well, sort of, I guess. I mean, now I'm thinking about it and looking back over past years, including this year, and I think it's actually a terrific idea because, as Michael was saying, a lot of times there are a lot of programs, that are supposed to help get films off the ground, and there's a lot of workshopping, and nothing ever happens. And this is a program where there is immediate. If you get chosen, there's immediate results because there has to be. And I think the efficiency of that is. I use the word efficiency when I'm talking about filmmaking in a practical sense of getting it done. But within that, you have to have personalities that work together. Producer and director, obviously. Director and actors, very important. Cinematographers, it's a whole nother. So I think this program is a wonderful example of, sometimes people have to learn how to work together and how to connect, and there might be little disagreements that come up, but you've got to learn how to solve them, and in this business, especially now more than ever, you've got to be flexible. And I don't think there's a lot of room for prima donnas in filmmaking anymore. I mean, we know that they certainly exist, but it's so hard to make a film now that I think anything that can make a filmmaker more adaptable is a great thing. And I think that this program shows the results of that.
Chris, were you aware of the low budget when you saw each of these films, or were you aware of some more than others?
I was aware of the resourcefulness, really. I mean, I wasn't really aware that, oh, this looks like it didn't cost very much money. I was aware of sequences that I thought were executed extremely well, and then I had in the back of my mind, as I was watching these sequences, what the budget was. I'm thinking specifically of the cave sequence in Yuba, which I thought was just absolutely stunning, and not, you know, I'm sure it was hard to light. I'm sure it took a great amount of vision and effort to do that, but there wasn't anything overtly flashy about it, and it just, I think, spoke to the filmmakers' imagination and their vision as much as anything. So sometimes, if you're aware of a film's budget, you can be even more impressed with what you're seeing up there on the screen, especially, you know, so many of us in the States have this diet of large mainstream movies whose catering bills, you know, would basically be the budget for maybe a day or two of catering for one of these films. So it's really, it's a real pleasure to see filmmakers, you know, really stretching themselves and really using the resources that are there and putting it up on the screen. You see what they have up on the screen.
Of course, we have the advantage of most of us having seen these films on a large screen. And in the case of Yuva particularly, the detail in the sound design and in the cinematography and the use of the very precise slow zoom lens in many sequences, you probably wouldn't notice that on a computer screen. And I know, Mick, you have some reservations about these films this year. And I mean, you know, feel free to tell us, can they be shown, if not in theaters? Can they be shown in DVD? Can they be shown in streaming, do you think?
Well, of course. I mean, if are you talking about in the United States? Are you talking about in film festivals throughout Europe, or are we talking specifically about? Generally, I mean, I think all these films have strong things going for them. Every one of them has. You can sense their origin in a certain commitment to the characters, to a world, to the expression of a world that doesn't get expressed, to a social purpose. And I think that this is characteristic of the films of this program, which I think is great, and I couldn't be more for. I think that and I think it's completely valid as a form of cinematic expression to say, I am going to make a very personal film on my own terms, and I'm going to use this opportunity presented by the Biennale to make this kind of film that possibly could not exist, could not be financed in the world in any other way, to make this just specifically my vision. And it is perfectly valid to make that kind of film with an awareness that you probably will not reach more than, you know, maybe a few thousand people at various film festivals. And if that is the intent, I think that's great. I mean, that's a beautiful thing. It's a communication. If there is a goal, I wouldn't even say beyond that, but let's say other than that, to reach a mass audience, and if we're talking about a mass American audience, which I would love to see, just because maybe I'm an American, maybe that might be it. But I think then the other thing that would have to happen is a certain recognition and a certain effort to craft a story, a compelling story. I think that when we talk about story and talk about those things like an audience sitting there wondering what's going to happen next, or, oh, I hope this happens and not that happen, and I can't wait to see if this happens. We tend maybe to think of it in a kind of especially those of us who are, cinematically literate and go to film festivals, we tend to think of that as being the province of, popular American film. We think of it as will Tom Cruise prevent the bomb from going off in Mission Impossible Fallout? He does, by the way. I don't want to give you a spoiler alert there. But, it's also, I don't think it is just that. I mean, I think that it's also in the land of the great art film. Is the guy going to get his bicycle back so he can get his job? Or is Umberto D going to find a way to live? Or is he going to kill himself and his dog? And we very much care about this stuff. And so I would say, but this is only if the goal is reaching a mass audience. To start thinking not just in terms of milieu, not just in terms of character, although don't lose those things because those are beautiful things, but start thinking in terms of what will make an audience, will grab an audience, because it's the hardest thing to do. It is the hardest thing to do. It's not the cheapest thing to do. It is the hardest thing to do. Grab an audience from first 2 or 3 minutes and then make them care very much about what happens and worry about what happens. If you get that, then the world opens up to your milieu and to those characters. But on the other hand, you don't have to pursue that. I would like you to pursue that because I would like to see your movies played on my screens so I could write about them. Yeah.
Certainly. David Wardwell, you've written so many books about the technique of filmmaking, and for Criterion you've done some excellent essays on individual sequences, like Kurosawa's Judo Saga, for example, how these things are broken down. What was your impression of the editing in these 3 films?
I thought they were all very well edited, actually. I thought the films were strong in 3 different ways, actually. I would have said that Zit and the Ice Rift made really fascinating use of the juxtaposition of the ice flows and the characterization as we went along, until eventually, as the film goes along, you start to see more mountaintops integrated into what Mick was calling the milieu. So you begin to see that it's not just an abstract symbol, but it actually belongs as a part of that landscape. And the same thing with Yuva, where the editing is really crucial, I think, to the pacing of the film, where the long takes and the long-held shots, every shot change then has to be very important. When you have long takes, the cut becomes crucial in understanding why are we cutting here? And it has more than an effect of just a punctuation, but it really makes you think about what you see next. And of course, Deva had wonderful editing as well, I thought, where it combined with a very interesting use of framing, where so often most of the characters in a scene or the space of a scene wasn't revealed. You didn't see who was there in a given scene except 1 or 2 faces, but you heard an enormous amount. And the cutting really played off the sense of a gradual revelation of each space, and particularly the reactions of characters within the space. So it's connected, I think, to a point that others have made, the characterization. It's really been our theme, I guess. The characterization of these films is very interesting. I think that all 3 films show a really mature understanding of characterization, but I guess I would differ a little bit from Mick. I see what he's saying, but I think one of the crucial things it's important in character dramaturgy, if I can call it that, is to build audience sympathy. Now, Nick's quite right that in American film you get audience sympathy right away. In these films, there's a rhythm of getting to know the characters, sometimes in the case, for instance, of Yuva, quite enigmatic characters. But in each case, I think we gradually get acquainted with these characters through the pattern of the editing, but also, of course, the performances, which have been uniformly good, I think. And particularly something I think is really important, and it does speak to Mick's point, I think. One way to get sympathy for a character, I think, is to show the character treated unjustly. This is a really basic regimen of Hollywood screenplay writing. Even if the character is not a particularly nice person, if someone's treated unfairly, then we have an innate burst of sympathy for that character. And that happens in all three of these films, actually, I think. Based on lookism for Deva, based on the isolation of the main character, Vesel, in Yuva, and of course, Zen at the very beginning, Maya is treated very badly. But then also, I think, and I'll just mention this and shut up a minute, once we have that character sympathy for being treated unjustly, then the script can go farther and say, let the person make a mistake, or let the person do something that's not particularly virtuous. So take Zen, for instance. She's bullied and taunted, but then she overreacts. She brings out the BB gun and starts firing at her pals. And then they overreact, and our sympathy intensifies for her because they gang up on her, 3 guys jump, and so on. But at the same time, you know, she kind of deserves it. At least some punishment. So that kind of grip that the film can get on us, not so much through plot mechanism, but through characterization, seems to me very much in evidence in all of these films. And I could go on about them, and I hope to go on about them and write a little bit about these films on our blog. But my sense is that there's been a selective use of traditional dramaturgy of characterization, as there's been a selective use of editing techniques in all these films, but I think quite shrewd.
I think too, it's a semantic issue, but I think empathy is, for me, just a higher grade of sympathy. I think sympathy for a character is useful in very small doses because it so easily becomes just a sympathy ploy for the audience, you know. Yes. And I guess at their best, all three films, in their very different ways, don't seem engineered to concern themselves with that. I mean, I think like the protagonist of Deva is a very kind of interesting, oscillating character. She is the age she is, and she will make a decision near the end of that film that is, you know, disappointing and harsh and difficult and not honest. And you know, no matter what the specific circumstance of that particular person in the orphanage is, it's something that anybody who knows anybody that age can relate to. So, you know, you have to meet these films on their own terms, I think.
Yeah. You know, I've been thinking this week, you know, as an American in Europe, looking at things going on in America, and it made me think, this is the 4th time I've been on this panel. It's an honor to be here. It's a privilege to be here. But I've been wondering all week how long you guys are going to continue caring what Americans have to say.
So
because we are now in an administration that wants to be a regime that is devoted not to cultural production, but to cultural annihilation. And Disney and Marvel studios are all in their own way complicit in the idea of just cultural annihilation. Now, if the whole world tilts towards this fascism the way the United States is, maybe that won't be a problem, and maybe it'll be a problem for something like the Biennale College. I sure hope it doesn't. But I'm just honored that you still care what we think, because it's just, as the situation continues, it becomes clear how impossible it is. So thank you for having us.
And if you do stop caring...
Well, Glenn, actually, you've brought up a very good point, and that is that the situation of each and every critic on this panel and in the United States has changed over those 6 to 7 years, in that all too many staff critics have been laid off, they've been put on contracts, freelance contracts, their columns have been reduced, they're asked by editors to give stars in just a couple of sentences instead of a proper reasoned review. And on the other hand, you've taken refuge, maybe that's the wrong word, but you've created the concept of the blog, which I know is a word anathema to many of us, but nevertheless the idea of writing on the internet in detail about something which you can't possibly find the luxury, the space to write in a major newspaper or television program. And Stephanie, you're an example of that, because Time magazine has an audience still, but surely your big audience must be on time.com.
I think so. I don't really know where our audience is, to be honest, but we still publish a print publication, which has great covers, but the movie coverage in the print edition is, the reviews are very, very short, and they're kind of geared to someone who's waiting in a doctor's office. I do have more, which is fine. I mean, that's just the purpose. But I do have more latitude online. So when I post a review online, it's usually longer and more detailed, and I get to have a little bit more fun with it. And I also have some latitude in what I choose to write about, which is, I mean, obviously it has to be a film that has distribution of some sort that people can see, you know, either by streaming or in the theater. But the one thing that I would say about the films in the Biennale College is that, to me, the question that I think about isn't so much, well, would these films be viable for audiences in the United States? It's more that Michael phrased it really beautifully. He said, you know, that like they already exist, and that is a triumph in itself. So I look at them as this kind of amazing launching pad for more films. I mean, more films made by the participants in the college, but also as an inspiration for other people to try to do similar things on very little money. So all of that is positive, even in the context of this very bleak editorial landscape, which is...
And we mustn't forget that several of the films in the program have actually broken out and achieved wide distribution. The Fits, for example, Hotel Salvation, the Indian film, and what was that, Memphis, Tim Sutton's first film. He went on to become a mainstream director. So there is hope in breaking out. And then there are other films which we liked. In the very first year, there was a film called Yuri Esposito, an Italian film which we all just loved, and never made it outside Italy. And it's really very sad. To some extent, it's luck, of course. And I think we should announce, and it's great that the Italian film Zen has been picked up by Istituto Lucci, as you saw from the main title just a few weeks ago, I believe. That deal was done. So that's very encouraging. Jane, I'd love to bring you in now, simply because not only are you involved in the Biennale College Cinema program across the board, but also you have been particularly, with Michel Relac, particularly instrumental in bringing virtual reality to the forefront. And the Biennale College this year is actually putting money up for 3 features given up to 60,000 euros each to support the production. And obviously you see a future in this medium. How do you go about selecting the candidates? Because presumably they can't make half the film first to show you. You have to do everything on the script level. Could you tell us about that?
Yes, certainly. Well, we do a call every year, and we ask people to submit a whole range of materials to us. That includes previous work. That could be films or short films or previous VR pieces. But it's also a treatment of the project that they want to make and a budget of what they want to, of how much it would take. We already fix the budget. You have to be able to make the piece for $60,000, euros, sorry. And so it's important in the application that it's clear that the proposal that they're putting to us could be produced for that budget level.
It's about $2,000, 2,000 euros a minute, really.